Hey, folks. Sorry that was weird. I don't know why that keeps happening. Okay. Oop. I hope I I hope I fixed it, but if it just ends abruptly, that's not my doing. I always give a send off, but I always say like good evening, good night, take care, see you later, you know, something like that. But if it just like ends, especially in the middle of a sentence, I didn't do it. It's probably YouTube. I don't know if it's YouTube because the PlayStation still thinks it's broadcasting. So I don't know. So last off, we're doing an insurrection on Depot in Depot 4. Mr. Sourback, I see you have decided to follow the lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Sourback, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that Master at Arms is responsible for solving all matters related to the ship's enforcers. Yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers who give him whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wassarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved... One second, I gotta turn this fan off. It's blowing air all over me. It's cold. Where was I? Fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superiors encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an enforcer goes to the Seneschal to report an order from the Master at Arms, and they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow they'll go to the Lord Captain to object to the Seneschal's orders. I notice a pattern in these actions. She's not wrong. Mr. Sourback, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior? Or one where I would overrule their order? Or show favoritism to those who merited none? None, Seneschal. For there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard this ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise... Sorry, I got distracted by the birds making sounds. I just want to make sure everything's okay. It's okay. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard has always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. Pardon me. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officer's deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity. makes them stand out amongst the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the role, a sole foundation of order. Lieutenant Vent, would you say the Seneschal has singled you out from any of... It appears in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Wissarion has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although he is the man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place, he has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. While not all my fellows receive such attention, I know at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure they continue to strive to prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them and to support those with potential from those who have exhausted it. That is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards, whom I have raised personally. By the throne, every third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. Appears I have unearthed an old squabble. I would prefer to be left at sea. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of unity and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. He does look like an old, Victorian era captain, minus the wig and the hat. He's got the breastplate, the fine adornments. There's an insurrection on aboard my ship and no one's informed me. Oh, I already went through this. Abelard, what do you say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way, you will stop the uprising before it begins. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Should I do that one? Or should I do this one? Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, he's still mad. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. I mean, yeah. And, Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider my duty to consider it my duty to go to depot for myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident. Everyone should go. All four of us. I was gonna say 5. Oh, hello. It's gonna be way more than 5. Because it's the 6 and then it's the other 2. So it's 8. Is my math right? Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor-like veneer of self-assurance. Lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear? They were shouting your name. The people dared to disrespect a senior officer. Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them, you're akin to a creature of the legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne, no less. Whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. Let's get to the bottom of this. Something resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material. This must be where the workers sleep between shifts. They need better beds. Whether there's anything to loot on my own ship, for my own ship.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
She's not wrong. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sourback, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached a boiling point. Lieutenant Vent, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order, now get out of the way. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vent looks shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The First Officer, the Rogue Trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Vent and Sourback looming over her, or both. Your Lordship! Noticing you, the 2 officers snap to attention and salute. There's subordinates following suit a moment later. We encountered some locals on our way here. Their conduct was outrageous. They even tried throwing things at us. I give the assault unit permission to open fire. Whoa, jeez. That is an escalation. Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are. including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant. I came here to lead an investigative unit. And what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There is nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repressions and firing squads. And you, Vent, are a step away from facing charges yourself. Vent's gaze is full of worry and regret. The people are getting desperate, clearly. They saw the assault unit and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain. It is outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. It's like, I need to burp. Didn't happen. I'm sure the people heard. We will deal with them once the current situation. Is that all you have to say? Are you sure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant? Yeah, whatever. Let's go. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. A hope gleams in the lieutenant's eyes. Yeah, alright. Do 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 do. Is it gonna suck?
Cast your eye there.
What is that? Why is it sparking? Inside the box are string attached letters run along the edge. Something, something. I'd love to see how they live on the upper decks even just once. Hey.
Marching ahead.
Dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. Does that look like what's his face? Rivet. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reaction. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before, Lord Captain, you've come down to us. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship, says the tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from immolation in their lungs. That sucks. All because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned, she quietly whispers a requiem prayer to make us and makes a sign over herself. Okay. Hey, what are you doing, dum-dum? Are you okay? He's being nervous. Are you jealous because I was petting the girl? It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing you say. I was told one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The Guga they found on the dead drunkard? It was something evil or forbidden. We sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. You know, this is where education comes in. They're clearly in need of better education. They would be able to, know what's good, what's not. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first to report them. As for the amulet, or whatever it is, they took it off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with, nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists have better commanders than us. Ooh. Ouch. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. 1 second. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. I confirm the information regarding the proper tending of the machine spirits in this sector. Servitors indicate that these commoners are performing the sacraments they are permitted to know. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? I sympathize with them. They don't know. But it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after my third little one. That's probably like 50 years ago, I want to say. That is regrettable. But you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father was not there, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors? That was not there. Do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Starback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers... Hey, come on. What are you doing, dum-dum? He's so nervous today. And jealous. Hi, girl. Let's see. Sorry, where was I? As per regulation, should laborers persist on unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is limiting their supply, cutting off water, which is almost certain to restore order. Peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. That is not true. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line. That is absolute tyranny. We were attacked on the way. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit. And now they're lashing out, as if we don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there. The lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay. That's been sealed off. But the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test succeeded. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and the glances traded between them revealed that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks, too. That's probably true. As for weapons, what do we need them for? I mean, I do have man-at-arms on the bridge, but that makes sense because in case a fight breaks out, they need to protect the Lord Captain and all the senior officers. Anyway, before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. That's a fair concern. We don't need that if the enforcers stop hassling us. That'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies and we'll talk to them, one lower deck to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You know what? Who was that? Stager, so some dude. That some dude speaks good. He's right. I like him. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, those brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall workers... Bird, stop chewing on my toe. Stop chewing on my toe. She's chewing on, like, the quick underneath my toenail. She keeps nipping at it. Tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds, he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. Coercion. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. I'll give the order for the enforcers to be withdrawn from this sector and you will be given weapons. Yeah, no. You have failed to convince me of your trustworthiness. This unrest ends now. Everyone who is involved will be eliminated. I'm gonna say this one. Coercion succeeded. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old man, listen, listen, the Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions. And I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now's not time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman, but I'll shut up, I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your Lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us, lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. So, I lost... Why did I lose fuel and provisions? Or they gave it to us? I don't understand. What happened? Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. There better not be stones on my ship. Ow. Bird is biting my feet.
Forge ahead.
I
We
leveled
shall
up.
deal with this.
What's this? Heat sink warms the air around the scorching temperature. So they heat this deck through the heat sink? Ah, bird. What the fudge?
Operation successful.
Gauge shows how okay. Alright, I'm gonna level up. 60, 45, 45. What does strength even do again? And weapon skill. Ooh, scoring critical hits. Let's see, for each point of strength bonus, the character deals plus 5% more damage with one-handed melee. I already picked that. I have authority. I have a bunch of stuff I can do. Let's see. Until the start of the Psyker's next turn, all allies affected by Ward of the Emperor. I think that's what this is. It's Voice of the Emperor. Wait, what is Word of the Emperor then? So I don't have Word of the Emperor then. I'm confused. Oh, maybe it... Hold up. Nope. Oh, wait. Wait. Where the... Okay, so Word of the Emperor is that thing that does the AoE resolve bonus that I have. What's this? Okay. What does it do? Until the end of the increase their deflection by +1 and armor by plus 13%. This psychic power can only be used while there's at least one. Oh, okay, it's a psychic power. I don't care too much about most stuff. Target's next attack will ignore cover and will have double the effective distance. Yo. That's pretty good. Break their ranks. The ability can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Let's get back in the fight. The officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from blah 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 blah. If the target is under the effect of Voice of Command, they also gain +10 temporary wounds. I think I'll use Take Aim. Additionally, the damage from this attack cannot be reduced below 42% for any reason. Nice. There we go. Blade of Light. The Psyker's powers have a range of... Oh, yeah. I only have the one psychic power. Eternal Glory. The first time that momentum reaches 200 during the Psyker's turn, Psyker gains +5 to all characteristics, +1 to resolve, +1 to deflection, +1 to all damage that the Psyker deals until the end of combat. Can't get it until level 14. Can't get that until level 24. So wait, that's 4. Okay, so it's every 10 levels. Starting at 4. Excuse me. First psychic power used each turn. Yeah, that's not really enough to spend a talent on. Edge of Dawn. Enemies adjacent to the Psyker. Hymns of Hatred. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight. Yeah, I don't really use attacks. Like at all. Clive, stop chewing on that. Just a flesh wound. Oh, that was a good back pop. Whenever the wielder... Come on, get off the screen, yo. There we go. Whenever the wielder successfully uses shield... I don't have shield. I don't have shield. I will give myself +10 dodge. Why not? Alright. Foreboding. Creates an area that lasts until the start of the Psyker's next turn. All allies within the area gain +6% dodge. Their dodge chance cannot be less than 11%. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, the target's cover efficiency and block will be reduced. What's intimidated? Next non-area attack inflicts intimidated effect on the first target hit by the attack, and all enemies in a 5-cell radius around that target. The damage dealt by intimidated is reduced by 7% until the operative's next turn. Negative effect is double for enemies with less than 9% armor. There we go. Prescience. The target gains +6 intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower until the end of combat. Dominate. The target must pass a willpower resistance test with a -5 penalty, or on their next turn they will spend all their movement points to move as close as possible toward the Psyker. They can act as normal, but all their MP are spent on moving toward the Psyker. At the end of their turn, the target must make a willpower resistance test again, otherwise they remain under this effect. Interesting. I don't know why it keeps being weird about that. Tactical knowledge. I already put that on what's his face, and I don't really use it. Oh. I'm going to use this because she's a sniper now. So, flawless plan. At the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain plus 15% critical hit chance. The first critical hit removes this effect. Nah, that's good. Enemies that have failed a willpower resistance test against any of the Psyker's psychic powers will suffer an additional 6 direct damage every time they suffer mental damage. Anytime an enemy becomes a target of any particular Psyker ability for the first time, the enemy suffers a -5 penalty to their intelligence and perception. And the Psyker's intelligence and perception increase by +2 till the end of combat. There's some stuff that could go up there. Warp mines. Every weak hearts. Enemies suffering blinded, stunned, immobilized, or prone effects inflicted by the Psyker suffer 10% more damage. Force reality. Wait, what was this? Advice and guidance. First time in combat that an ally becomes the target. Oh, yes. Did I already get the other one? There's that feat that helps you restore like every turn. Um boop, 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 boop. Let's see. This dangerous phenomenon may occur whenever Veil degradation reaches 15 and a major psychic power is activated. The chance of this happening is 10 plus psi rating plus Veil degradation percentage. Perils of the Warp are dangerous to anyone in the vicinity of the Psyker. Their manifestation can push away characters, damage them, summon demons, fill the area with motive force charges, and much more. Oh gosh. Let's go with this one. Wait, I thought I already picked I did pick agility. I could pick it again. Let's see, she has... I can't pick it again. Oh, okay, so I picked that twice. Okay. Better to die for the Emperor. The Emperor protects. The devotee has a 3%. Oh yeah, I keep thinking about that one. Solid projectile weapons gain a minimum +2 damage. That's good. Although, I might give her this, because I do keep her pretty mobile most of the time. Movement points are pretty good. The next attack against that target's cover efficiency. Perfect shot. The operative gains plus 25% cover plus 5. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that one. Oh, next non-area of effect. No. I'll give this one. Pascal gains 5 movement points in the first round of combat. That's not bad. Alright, give me a second. I did a thing. Oh, wrong button. I moved something and I thought, oh, I can't, can I? Oh no. I can't change it while in the thing. Can I? There we go. Overlay options. Position center right. I'll go back to the bottom right. Oop. No, I said bottom left by accident. I want bottom right. Okay, that'll be easier. The Mechandrite is equipped with all kinds of tools to communicate with machine spirits. Increases tech use and demolitions by plus 10. Manipulator Mechandrite attacks enemies in close combat, pushing them up to 2 cells away and dealing weapon skill bonus plus intelligence bonus damage. This attack has 5 times Tech Priest perception bonus armor penetration. Pascal, while Pascal is under the effects of the Machine Spirit Communion, his melee attack deal an additional plus 15% damage and gain 50. That's not bad. Ooh. Every time Pascal uses plasma or melted weapons, his damage with these weapons increases by plus 10% stacks. If he doesn't shoot for 1 round, he loses all stacks. That kind of blows, but the fact that he can just rack up extra, it's actually pretty good. Imagine a tech priest wearing power armor. That's too funny. Oh yeah, I could give him also. Let's do that. Heinrichs. I can give him willpower. So he is a psyker. What's up, Bug? I guess athletics. Lord of the Warp. Why not?
Stay sharp.
Are they gonna say anything different now that I've... Oop, I found a thing. What's this? This page is where the start of each shift is marked, blah 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 blah. Lord Captain. Lower deck rabble. I'd love to see how they live. Oh, that's the same thing as before. Oh, that's end elevator. It's not the one I took.
Let's seize the moment.
Woo! Bird, stop. Stop nibbling on my foot, please. Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valancius Protectorate? There is some truth to your criticism. I should say so. Abelard heaves a sigh, but he visibly relaxes. You simply need to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember, Lord Captain Theodora. Do you think she ever set one slippery foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers, while she dedicated herself to her grand designs and the Protectorate as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. Maybe if Theodora spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. I would be only too willing to trust in my seneschal and not fill my head with such matters, but the situation had spiraled out of your control. Give me a reason why I should continue listening to your advice and trusting your judgment. Right now, I don't see any. I'm going to say this. It's like the least angry of all of the response. Abelard's face relaxes slightly. You're right. At least as concerns junior officers making complaints directly to you. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. that creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. Hi, buddy. I got one bird, like, aggressively gnawing on my foot. And then the boy over here is on my right knee. My left leg is kind of, like, bent over it. And he's snuggling up against my shin, falling asleep. Yeah, you good boy? Yeah, you good buddy? Yeah. So I left behind everything I had known. Everything my family had known. Everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling with a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Theodora trusted in established procedures and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of the Von Valencia's protectorate with me, stop living in the past. I understand, but you need to learn to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living the new world. A world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. The prosperity of the Von Valencia's protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things run on this ship, and I think the future I will follow you. I think in the future I will follow your recommendations. I value that Theodora created what Theodora created, and I trust that this situation is an aberration in the ship's otherwise smooth operation. Since the established procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I have seen plenty of sentiment and hand-wringing in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your... That's not good. I want this one. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment. Should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. And now, please, let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. I want to give these people a bit more stuff. I would like to... That guy just bowed to me, so, you know.
Let's see this through.
Like, better beds. You know? At least better beds. Like, we could shape up the whole lower decks, streamline the whole thing, make proper sleeping quarters. Of course, it's basically a city, so it has to change, be able to shift around, so I understand that kind of need for flexibility, but it's still... Alright, finally. Finally. Okay. Oh, that's an autosave. I want to save on this one. Phew! That was a lot of reading, and there's much more to go. There's gonna be so much more. Okay, so that little sword thingy at the top, slightly to the left of the star, is my ship, and I'm headed to that. Yeah. Lord Captain, reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Uric 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's dock. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to the Vox transmission. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent. Come on, buddy. Come on. There you go. I need to... There you go. Oh, I need to move. Stretch my legs a little bit. Bug, don't be climbing on my hand, you goober. The Vox remains silent for Invictus Measure's voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the stations, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active. That's good. But many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. That's bad. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigator heralds not ignoring us? We will not invade a Navis Nobilis station without first acquiring official notice. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Let's do it!
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
So wait, Which ones are the infidels? There's chaos going on, I think. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach, blood trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move. And the third, mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lower lid in the middle of his forehead. I did not actually know that that was a common trait of navigators, was to get that third eye. Step back or I shall unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. The seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Wilbur von Valentius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship the rogue trader is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There is a dangerous glint in the man's dark, shrouded eyes. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traders. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Urek 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say that you are not on the guest list. Excuse me, I gotta clear my throat. Sorry about that. The navigator looks at his guards and winces. The soldiers are quivering as if their tormented flesh were being flayed, yet they keep clutching their weapons. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. I came in here in search of... Why would a keeper of the station command vile mutants condemned by the Emperor? I came here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. I do not think that this is possible. Urek 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of the infinity and chart the movements of the warp storms. And, besides, Felic gestures at the disorder around him, you have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations. I guess I have to choose that. The blame lies with Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Urek 5. The old man was a great navigator, but he could no longer control his powers. I begged him to retire, but he was too obsessed with our mistress, Lady Cassia. His madness and stubbornness spelled doom for the entire station. For he opened his third eye in a fit of rage and unleashed the horrors of the warp on those who displeased him. The Theobald I knew would never have used use his powers in such a reckless manner. This will be difficult to explain to the uninitiated, but I am going to try. The warp currents in the system have been tumultuous for dozens of cycles, that's years-ish, and have worn the veil between our world and the Immaterium. Thin and frail, at least here on the station, the ruinous powers, that's chaos, are trying to tear it down completely and corrupt all living things. The servants were the first to fall victim to it. Oh, their bodies are morphed, and the pain and despair drove the poor souls mad. The lunatics took my mistress prisoner and almost destroyed the station, but I rallied the few who still followed the light of the Golden Throne to set things right. Adira. The Lord Navigator here is speaking the unvarnished truth. I bet this station is full of voices and whispers, all trying to break through from the other side, waiting for you to reach out and swing the door open. The suffocating grip of the Immaterium can be felt across the entire system. It is not surprising the veil grew thin here of all places. The Navis Nobilite can command the warp currents, but the use of their abilities wears down the barrier between the two worlds. I sincerely hope the influence of the Immaterium has not yet affected your body and your souls. With all due respect, I advise you not to remain at the station. Return to your void ship. I need to save Lady Cassia. If you are not willing to help or indeed risk your life, you must leave now. Take him by force. I do not care about your mistress. I am looking for a navigator, and you will do. I still have questions concerning the situation of the station. What kind of help are you talking? Attack! Your words are rife with disrespect. I will not tolerate it. I will never ask you for such a favor I would never. Under different circumstances, and yet Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. So how do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performed the rites of appeasement, so the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. Pascal excitedly reaches for the data slate, requesting access to the subject's data crypt. The Navis Nobilite use independent modifications of standard sanguinary technologies due to the uniqueness of the genetic code inherent in the lineage of each house. Felix looks exhausted, but arrogant resolve bolsters his voice. And these technologies were made secret for a reason. I must respectfully decline your request, esteemed servant of the Omnissiah. You have your sacraments, and we have ours. I mean, I guess. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. I guess that makes sense. So what have you decided to descendant of the Von Valancius line? The woes of your house upset the balance of the power of this galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. Rogue Trader's aid will cost House Orselio. Take him by force. I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. You know what? I'll do this one because it'll... Like, I'll set up a thing with them later, and they'll be all like, this dude was good, but also, I should be good. Felix nods curtly. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, Rogue Trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you. Aha, there it is. CTEO. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that last one's gonna be Orselio, Aurelio, whatever the hell I said it was. Orselio, yeah, that one.
Onward to victory.
There are, in fact, things I can loot somewhere.
The Void Station is a sacred place of the Omnissiah, who shields the rulers of this fortress against death and darkness. Why then are the Vox channels dead? And why is the air not filled with the holy binaric rhythms?
The station's lack of response to our ship's hails was already suspicious. I am no less uneasy after the Magos' words. Hands at your weapons.
Shards of crystallized darkness. Wait, what kind of good is that? Heretic trophy. Okie dokie. Not that way. So I do have to go through this one. The elevator's power is out. Which way am I supposed to go then? Look at that eye thing. Oh, there we go. Mumbles incoherently. That's me. I do that a lot. Catechism of Saint Drusus. Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Oh. Okay then.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Okay. What the hell is that? Oh, meteoric chunk. A shard of fused meteorite, still cold with the icy breath of the void. Ripper auto pistol. Someone has an auto pistol. I think it's Abelard, actually. And grenades.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
So it's 4 through 6, 10%. Was there anything else on that? Oh, plus 5 perception, plus 5 ballistic skill. What was the... Was it this one? Yeah, that's not as good as the other one.
Venture forth.
Mutated flesh sample. A flesh sample with numerous outgrowths covered in a mesh of bluish-black veins. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Gross. Grah, protect the child! Oh! Are those corpses? Oh, there's someone over there. Oh, there's a person like right there. There's one over there. Whoops.
Follow my lead. Cover me.
Stay vigilant.
must not falter. Weather the storm.
Weapon at the ready.
Let's see to it.
Follow my lead. Run! Break their morale. Run!
High momentum.
My faith strengthens me.
That was the first time he got hit. He took 0 damage.
Indeed.
Alright.
Anything else?
Got him.
I'm at your service.
Pontius Siphius Galatius on the training of worthy servants of the court of the Navalus Nobilite. I don't know if I want to read all that. Again, Major Domo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care, so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. Well, that's... What is in my mouth? That must have been something for breakfast. Lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. So, she has a new dress every day of the year. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure, I think that's how you pronounce that. Coiffure? I don't know, it's some French sounding word. My grandfather would be rolling in his grave. But can spend on arranging a mistress should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. I don't know what that means. I don't know how time is specifically marked. A faithful servant is probably 3 hours, possibly 3 minutes, possibly 30 minutes. Faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. Lesson 7a, a faithful servant. Interesting.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Statue of the famous Calexian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium, original. I don't know what that is. Alright, running into stuff. So I looted all of that. What's this? Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but the promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God, Emperor! Well, you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for a cycle or 3. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn to mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our low as cigarettes. Oh? What happened to that one? Threw himself out the decompressor chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down, Keeper Felix said. The squad will know will not have to serve the trial for long. He even gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed, be quiet, he might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. We haven't let a single outsider let in a single outsider in over 10 years, but Keeper Theobald keeps finding things to fret over. That's the old guy. Imagine that shrieking if he finds out Keeper Fellick didn't make us inspect the hangar after Lord Winterscale's most recent visit. Throne forbid! I try to steer clear of the squabbles among the highborn. Some of Keeper Fellick's orders make little sense. Like the last time, he commanded that we cut off communication with Rykab Minoris for a while. Why would he do that? It looks like he grew tired of Winterscale Scion's visit. Come here, boy. Why are you being weird? He pooped on my TV again. Thankfully, he just rolled it right off. Stupid little butthead. Yeah, you. How do you even have any poop left? You haven't eaten since this morning. Looks like... well, it's always a pleasure to aid Keeper Fellick. That's right. If the Highborn have grown tired of each other, let them deal with it. Okay. I'll take that for some reason.
Seize the moment.
The Navigator's statue looks pristine and new. For all I know, it could be. I already looted all that. Wasn't there something over here that I didn't loot? Oh, there's a bunch of stuff
Governor
over here I
Medina
didn't
believes
loot.
he has everything under control. I am not so certain.
The unit is making inferences from available information that contains erroneous data. The result is contaminated.
Okay, so... Navigator flesh sample. A flesh sample with fragments of scales and rudimentary webbed fingers. A flesh sample with numerous outgrowths covered in a mesh of bluish-black veins. I don't know what that all means, but... okay.
Onward to victory.
So, am I going that way or this way? Good question. I want to go the way I don't want to go to progress yet. Whoop. Okay, I'm gonna go the other way. Oh, the door is secured by a sophisticated mechanical lock. This must be the one where I need to rebuild the key using the machine fabricator doodaddy. Clear. Athletics. Oop.
Marching ahead.
Noble silk gloves. The wearer gains +5 persuasion, and this is Mars pattern sword. Eh. What did I put on him anyway? Oh, I don't need these. So I can put them on him. And then, what are his gloves? When the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain a +1. You know what? Nah. I haven't updated these in a while, as you can tell.
Forge ahead.
Never linger.
Grah, protect the child! My dude just shot that man. The deep cuts extend across the mutant throat. The holy aquila has been carved into the... what? And a holy aquila has been carved into the forehead. Traitors are often executed in this way. Oh man, I don't want to read all that. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Are you just murdering servants? Adamantine dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders. Let's see, this is research. Custodian, Fortunata, Orselio, Part 13. Where was I? After this record. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh in the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded in the data crypt K-04-0OH. That's not a 0, that's an O. I will get back to them later once I am done with the experiment H-41-OK. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix's subjects is completely useless? Although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. I mean, it's true, we do turn rocks and stuff into pigments still, even to this day. Why wouldn't we do it in the future too? What up? Stuff to take. I am liberating this in the name of the Rogue Trader Dynasty von Valencia. My name is Wilbur. What's this? Long Las. Is this a type of sniper? See, what is its range? 18. I think the sniper is 20. Maximum 36. Wait a minute. she's my primary sniper, so I'm gonna... Whoop, 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 blip. So range 15 to 30. Okay, I'm gonna give her the long las. Oh, did I give her... No, I put that on... There we go. I keep saying this straight up looks like they took these weapons out of Dawn of War. But to be fair, Dawn of War is pretty much just, you know, a copy of the tabletop, so it's really out of that. Oh, that's no good looking. This is some warp looking nonsense. Look at that. A crumpled sheet of paper with drawing of a tall woman with and a dark-eyed monster painted with fresh blood. Yeah, the warp definitely had an effect on this place. Awaken the cogitator spirit. The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. The tech priest's Vox system emit a binaric trill, and his mechandrites start furiously lashing at the air. I am recording blasphemy. The person found guilty of such cruelty to a noble mechanism must be sentenced to immediate destruction. Awaken the cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator systems. Examine the log. The archive data stored in the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. Let's see, what was it? Vox report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A-282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H-123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. He didn't. Senior station officers. This is the captain speaking. We are attempting to contact Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. Whew. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. The following Vox recordings are too badly damaged They're too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine recent entries to the incident log. Report X-880. Originator classified. Date classified. The servants close close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Report X-886, originator classified, date classified. Negotiations with the Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Data expunged. So 8-891. Was it 881 the last one before that, right? Oh, 880 and then 886. No, I'm bad with numbers. Log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto or Celio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Loki, knock it off. Examine the security and life support. Come here. Come here. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a singular repeating message streams down the vid. Warning, damaged in technical compartments A-2, B-3, D-8, and H-24 detected. Warning, living quarters L-10, L-16, L-28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Pascal casts a brief glance at the vid screen and speaks dryly. The imminent despise of the Void Station is affirmed. Damage to its core infrastructure has reached critical mass, at which point further degradation has commenced in a cascading configuration. Are you sleepy, boy? I'm sleepy too. I only got like just under 6 hours of sleep. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red limbs. Will you stop being annoying? Knock it off. Calm down. Calm down. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level. Security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. Break through the machine guardian's defenses. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator's overloaded processors were unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands have been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness. Now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete, picked flow, disable access code, annul station controls, delete, activate, shuttle self-destruct, purge command, log. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that? Knock it off, bird. You little goober. She's being a gremlin. There you go. Yeah. There you go. You love head rubs, don't you? Yes, you. She got all poofy. Requests data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the screen. Felic Orcelio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orcelio, location upper chamber, status alive. Calomira Orcelio, upper chamber, status deceased. Alexius Orcelio, location lower level, status deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orcelio, location unknown, status deceased. The child location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress levels exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorium custodian. I'm not calling them for help. Switch to the main chamber controls. What's that do? Oh, there we go. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with the heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirits grant you access to the station control, or at least its part that will still obey the cogitator. Open all the doors. Cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits have fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted, processing error. I'm not reading all that out. That's too many zeros and ones. Pascal systems emit a binary trail. The spirits of this sacred machine require special purification rituals in order to restore utilization of the lingua more familiar to the citizens of the Imperium, requesting access to the device. Yeah, whatever, go ahead. Pascal's fingers drum out a resonant crescendo on the control panel as his mechandrites remove the metal cover and the data cord slides into the machine's innards. The cogitator's body starts crackling with electrical impulses, and the tech priest nods with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Pascal raises his hands above the machine, chants a brief litany only he can understand, and pushes the surviving stump of one of the levers. My humble prayers have satisfied the machine's requirements. Main hall. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the... According to the report, this door has already been opened. The library. Cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data. It's already been opened. Adjacent. So... System rebels and keeps resetting your commands. According to the data, the compartment you are trying to open is depressurized. That's no good. Technical areas. The cogitator takes a few moments. The protocol has been executed. The passage has been opened. What about guard room? Already been opened. Laboratory. Oh, that's that door I couldn't open earlier. Passage has been opened. Main elevator controls. Activate elevator. Process query confirmed. Actually, you know what? Maybe I should. The system cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain: the problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. Okay.
Venture forth.
Well, thank you, friendly computer. Cogitator. Okay, so I've already... Where am I headed? Oh, hello. What's that? Grants. Plus bonus. Lore warp. Weapon proficiency, that's what that is, right? Oh, maybe I should put that on the other guy and put this on. Because I think my guy has the highest warp lore. So who has the highest Imperium? Oh, I do. She has the highest, no? Oh, it's still me that has the highest warp, I think. Yep. Plus 5% armor. What was that? Oh, dogmatic. Oh, he's also dogmatic, though. 45%, 35, 30, 20, 46. Oh, it's willpower. Oh, okay, so the willpower bonus becomes the warp lore. Sixty becomes 65. Okay, That's not terrible.
Onward to victory.
Oh, this is where I just was. Heresy has found its way into the halls of this esteemed... What is it? Ablar says. Oh no. Yes, he did say that. It is Black Day for the... of light. Wrong angles with the cape flying. It kind of looked like
Forge ahead.
he had an arrow in the back of his head. Hello, what are you? Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor, barely discernible traces. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. Caustic stench of reagents. Oh, I can't go down in there. Were they trying to clone people? Flesh sample of a tender pink color, untouched by mutations. What the hell even is it? Just making sure I wasn't missing anything. Transducer. Reagent flask. More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterial. Whoa. Oh, that's a good stretch. It has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasties. That's what their business was. Strongly recommend finely grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. So whoever wrote this put acid in their mixture and ended up with an explosion or something for 12 days. That sucks. This calls for something more basic. Oh, and one more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H-41-OK for the calculated number of the chronoturns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H-40-KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I should remind the technomats to deliver the sacred mechanism into Magos Dioctius's capable hands. Okay. That did not give me the info that I actually need to operate any of this stuff. What the hell am I doing?
Let's seize the moment.
Adamantine. A lump of raw ore. That's a book. No, not that, goober. There. Yes, this. Experimental section. The child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of the various representatives of the Imperium. Access level Orcelio T Prime. Experiment H4545-1. Subgroup lowborn male. Test subject exhibits signs of acute stress. The majority perished of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to the inability to halt the discharge of ocular secretions, tears, and the body's subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissues of its internal environment. So basically, they cried so, the eyes were tearing so much that they started tearing blood because they could not replace the saline type secretion that comes from your eyes. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later, so I assume that's like hours, maybe minutes. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abnormal tentacles and void worms, hallucinations described by their own internal organs. Interesting. Experiment H4545-2. So this is the next one. Subgroup lowborn female. Test subject died within an hour, so that's not. What is the chronoturn or whatever? What does that even mean? Is that like a day? A month? I don't know. Within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers, most had their tongues bitten off by their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of their skull, cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the walls or the floor. Experiment H4545-3. Subgroup. A paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufactorum accident. Male. The test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. During Regent Aranto Orcelio's visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. A lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. Experiment H4545-4. Subgroup. A defective offspring of Lord P. Orcelio. Which one's the P? I don't think I've met them. Pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation owing to the mutation of tissue required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they display an overly feebleness of mind. Female. The test subjects mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. Gosh. Okay, so Quick save. Ooh, bird, get off my foot, please. You're tickling my skin. Crypt connector. I don't know which one's which. Is there a difference? H. Oh, okay. This one is the one that's not corrupted. This is the corrupted one. I have 0 data on that one. So I don't know.
Venture forth.
Transducer. I think I'm supposed to put definitely not the meteorite. I didn't find any info on this other stuff though. Oh, maybe it's in the library and I didn't read it. So part of the head of that one's all messed up. For some reason there's blood all over on the top of the statue, which is real weird. Hey, get. Wait. Did I pick up a book that I didn't read? I don't think so.
Let's see this through.
Servant. I don't think the servants really speak. They just kind of mumble incoherently. Mood.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Stay sharp.
Okay, I don't know what order to be doing these things in.
Nothing escapes my sight.
Oh, I did miss something though. Okay, what is it? Oh, whoops. I can just hit R3. Black water. Biogel, and I definitely don't put the acid in there. Black water. I remember that word. Reagent. Oh, okay. I need a.
Marching ahead.
I need a reagent to put in there. I don't know. There's a clue in one of the things. I think it's this one. Okay, there's flesh sample, untouched by mutations. Oh, I think this is the one, because it said just skin sample, right? Skin growths, yes. So it should be... So tissue should be this one. I thought the eye would make it more prevalent, but I don't know. Could be. I'm gonna save right before I do it. Oop, hi bug. Adamantine dust and black water. There we go. This was the worst idea ever entered into my mind. So wait. Wait. All the data related to the experiment were recorded on Datacrypt. I will get back to them later once I am done with experiment. So wait, which one am I supposed to be using? Because one of them is corrupted. So I think I'm supposed to, yes, okay. Crystals. So maybe I should use the psi crystal. I'm gonna go ahead and save now. Stop chewing on my mustache, weirdo. Okay, reagent flask. Activate the device.
Onward to victory.
It exploded, so... Was that good? Did I do it correctly? Or did I break it? I don't know. It seemed to work. Do I go back to the cogitator? So wait. Oh, I go back to
Let's seize the moment.
that place at the entrance. Way over this way. Control rod. Didn't I make it? I have it right here. There we go. Felic Orcelio. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's a good stretch. Looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there's some healthy color under the scales of his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads, there are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? Who is behind the masks? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak. The naughty little things. They say that tearing off the mask is your concern. Thank you. Everything is clearer now. Adira nods tiredly and glances at Felic out of the corner of her eye. This situation has enough problems without your sorcery psyker. Aren't you also a psyker? Just not the same kind, obviously, but like you are a psychic. You're kind of a space fishy aboleth type mutation as well. I need to shift positions again so I can sit more comfortably. It's good to move around so you don't get too stiff. Keep your muscles limber. Felic waves Adira off and looks at you expectantly. I'm also a psyker, bro. Hand over the key. Felic exhales loudly and smiles. Thank you, rogue trader. I don't know what to say. Status and honor prevented me from admitting it before now, but you have awoken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave the station together with with the mistress. Which is why I am about to ask you one last favor of you. I looked away during that. Let's see. I have to ooh. Yeah, my controller's dying. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target. But this weapon is useless against you, as the bunch of lunatics wielding it. Or as is the bunch of lunatics wielding it. I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relics of our house, a sacred amulet against evil. Recent events have badly disturbed Lady Cassia's psyche, and the warp entities always lust for weaker souls, especially when the veil grows thin. You too will be safe next to this charm. Very well, I will do it. Void Kraken. If you turn out to be a lousy navigator after all this effort, I will personally feed you to a Void Kraken. Just so we are clear. You are going to need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. May the God Emperor's light be with you. Glowing stone. Let's see. A rough, precious stone lacking a setting. It is always cold to the touch. It's the frozen tear. Not really. That was actually more smooth. Oh, oh.
Venture forth. I forge my own success.
Level up. What are sacred rituals? I forget. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP spent on psychic powers when failed degradation is 10 or below. Boo boo doo 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 doo. It will not die. Yeah, I'm gonna put that up so I can keep my social stuff about even. I don't have as high a carouse, but it's still pretty good. Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals +6 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. Desolation. Warrior's melee attacks deal an additional +3 damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. Target not armed with melee and rage. If the warrior has less than already got that. Epicenter of slaughter. Let's see. When the warrior ends their turn near an enemy affected by sworn enemy ability, the warrior gains +8 temporary wounds. That's pretty good. Ooh. I do use charge to go places. Oop. What? Why are you being weird? Which one of you is being weird? Come here. Come here. I'm being complained at. They're probably hungry or thirsty. If the target of analyzed enemies has 2 or more exploits, the target suffers +1 additional. Covert protocol. While the operative is in half cover, their cover efficiency is increased by +15%. This bonus is doubled if the operative has not moved during their turn. Yeah, I make her stand still a lot, so. Oh, power conduit. After triggering psychic phenomena or perils of the warp, first time each turn, the psyker's next psychic power costs -1 less action point. That's pretty good, but ooh, oh, she's not a psychic. Oh, what level is she? She's more than level 9. I don't know what level everybody. Get, shoot, get, get, dum dum. Come here. Come here. No. Hi, girl. Did he kick you off? He kicked you off. Come here. Don't be annoying. That's really hard for birds to do. They are built to be annoying. Where are you going? What is her intelligence? Oh, willpower. Actually, a ballistic skill, so that she can actually hit things with her sniper. What's camaraderie? Okay. Maybe. Nope. Let's do it. Oop, that's not what I'm about to do. Bolt weapon expert. Ooh. Let's do that. Wait, which dude is this? Pascal. Precision attack grants. That's good to have, actually, for when I use him as backup tank. 55, 45. $50. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on that. Oh, that's good too. I don't know which one I should do. Coercion, maybe? Although Wilbur's pretty good at that. Wilbur's good at everything else. Except for demolition. But then I have Argenta for that. I don't know if I'm going to end up keeping her if I keep making choices she doesn't like. Although, I think I've made some choices she likes. Okay.
They say I have a magnetic personality. That certainly explains why I keep attracting trouble.
Alright, quick save. Go on up. Look at that mutant. She is the Warhammer 40k of an aboleth. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming soul-smothering power. I can't zoom in, so I can't actually get a look at that. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warped nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You survived a brush with a warp phenomenon sometime in your distant past. You gasped for air in your terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears stream on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is this happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Why do these feelings even belong to you? Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, 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 ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now it's this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. I am registering abnormal activity in my tear ducts. The salt being produced by my body may negatively affect the performance of my respiratory apparatus. The vulnerability must be rectified. It has been logged. Heresy! Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Sorry, Loki. Persuasion, Lady Cassia. I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. Let's see what. Bring the stone into contact with Cassia. Wounder, stop your sorcery now! Requires iconoclast follower. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I'm here, and so I will stand strong against any illusion. You direct all your intention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another suffering. Under the gaze of your burning eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates. The lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears you seem to have dried along with your own. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob. Did I get any iconoclast powers out of that? No. Both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Wilbur von Valencius. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My presence here is requested by the faithful servant Felic Orselio. I am looking for a navigator to join my crew. You look like you will do. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Wilbur. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Heinrich jerks abruptly, as if he intends to dash forward, but someone else is quicker. Oh, I thought that was me for a second there. I was like, when the hell did I get a helmet? The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into a low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as if the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child! Lady Cassia! Where are you, sacred child? Throne preserved! Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts, revealing his face. It is threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain, this one's so dangerous, or deranged. It's making the Whisper shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. At present, I am trying to determine what has happened. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the Navigator's aid. I'll grant you that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? Abelard, introduce us. His Lordship, rogue trader Wilbur von Valencius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy. How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to an answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Attack. I have come to rescue Lady Cassia, and you, traitor, will fall at my hand. I want to know what happened between you and Felic. Felic is my wayward student. He came to Uric 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of a child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in the power of, with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of this villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by the duties of the legacy of the greatest of our Novitors? What is that? Patriarch or matriarch that rules over a navigator house, the figurative and often biological father or mother of the dynasty. Okay. Greatest of our Novitors, Tisiphone? Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy, the renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitor's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious woman with reverence. The interrogator looks up from the unconscious Cassia to Theobald. I presume this Navis Nobilite house has reasons for treasuring the child other than uncontrolled outbursts of warp sorcery. What might those be, I wonder? A young, immature navigator who likely hasn't completed her training? Theobald interrupts him with an indignant shout. Enough! I will not have you questioning myself or my charges within the dominion of the House of Orselio. He has every right. He is part of the, You look frightening. The fish eyes look at you with unwavering dignity. You were not supposed to see me, or Felix, or the Sacred Child. Navigators are highly paid for their loyal service to the Imperium according to his will. No one would dare judge the guides of humanity and the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. One second. Okay. Hello. I am back. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Theobald frowns. Curse. You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orsilio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Idira mutters under her breath. Felix accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not a stake, very well, I have no choice or proof of my innocence. I can give my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guarded this station against a calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not trust my errors in my... Do not thrust. I was very confused by that. Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold power or far-fetched idea of a bright future. I've had enough of this navigator feuding. That's it. I am leaving your... What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes, so he can still see through them. Maybe. The sacred child. Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish ripple trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away from his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Orcelio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks to Cassia and painfully furrows, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You're talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need my help. There is Medicaid deck on my ship. But Theobald shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Urine 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I believe I have made my decision. Last thing I need is a monster on my ship. Cassia shall remain here, and you shall serve as navigator on my vessel while you still live. I should bring Cassia to Felix. I guess Felix really is the... I mean, he was executing people for whatever, and he seemed kind of heretical at first. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Orcelio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies, the shield us from Felix's navigator force. But you rest for a time before the battle. I'm just gonna steal stuff.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
There we are. Some goods. Tradable, stealable. I'm gonna create a new save. Where's the child? Is she safe? You're tending to her wounds, bro.
Marching ahead.
It is about time we repay those who betrayed our house. Come. Oh. Rogue traitor, you treasonous worm. I knew I should have killed you. That's enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I am the savior of our house, and I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. Oh, he shot Theobald. Theobald's still okay. Okay, Abelard. Oh, what's he doing?
Step aside. The navigator
Oh,
is
Cassia,
coming.
what are you doing? Whoa. The hell was that? Oh.
Your reckoning is due.
I forgot I put a las gun on her.
Follow my lead.
Moving out.
Stay vigilant. Weapon at the ready.
Doo. Bird, come here. You're digging your talons into my leg.
Follow my lead. To the heretic!
Oh, did you just smack her?
Must not falter.
Did she just smack that person? Fudge. Oh, I can do it. He's almost dead. That would have been pretty funny if I had managed to... Damn. Oh well.
Stop it!
Follow my lead.
But of course, Captain. Let's see to it.
High momentum.
The hell did he just do?
Always drowned in scarlet.
Whatever. I'm out of movement points, but I can... Whoop. What is going on with my controller? The old man is dying. Him dead.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Losing a mentor is a sorrowful event, beginning the mantra of spiritual assuagement.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before. What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Wilbur von Valencius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orcelio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Doop-a-doop-a-doop. I'm gonna swap. No. Yeah, Heinrich is kind of the odd one out, isn't he? He's still useful though, especially with his healing abilities. That was a clinch.
Do you want something?
Staff of the Orcelian Guardian. +5 willpower, +5 perception. Only a strike though. Still pretty good stats. Oh, armored buddy glove. Ooh, what's this? Thrice Pioneer's Bracers. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapons skill and ballistics skill is reduced by -5 for 2 rounds, stacks up to 6 times. So that's 15. That's pretty good. Plus that's the exact same stats. Oh, they're both staves of the House Orcelio. What's this? +5 hit chance, +5 critical hit chance. I might put that on what's her face? Deadshot Stub Revolver. What's this? Armored Body Glove. Is that the same thing as that just took off of what's his face?
Let's see this through.
So pretty much no matter which side you pick, both sides end up dead for the most part. Those are the 3 dudes he executed at the beginning. Oh, she's an officer, just like I am. Cool. Our willpower is 55. I'll probably swap her back for what's his face. Keep her on the ship. Blood Augury. Enemies damaged by the Navigator suffer negative 10% damage from any... Wait, plus 10% damage from any source of warp damage. Ebb and flow. Every even turn, second, fourth, etc., the Navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd, the Navigator gains plus 20 perception. Is that for that turn only? I am Oblivion. Every enemy the Navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by 5. That's pretty good. The Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with plus 3 additional movement points. That's cool. First ally targeted by the Navigator with a single target ability each turn gains the same amount of additional movement points at the start of their next turn. Oh, damn, that is powerful. Because officers can make other people go for another turn, so... And they have no movement points by default when they do that, except for when it's the heroic one. Then they just get an entire full thing. Mind over matter. Navigator makes all resistance tests with the willpower. Mastery of time. Whenever an ally in combat gains an extra turn, the Navigator gains a stacking plus 5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. Stacks up to 5 times to a maximum of 25. I gotta go use the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Okay. I also put the birds away for a bit. Open to the warp. Enemies effective navigator's powers suffer a stacking -10 penalty to the next resistance test from the navigator's powers. Interesting. Perilous ways. Is there a way to... Stable routes. Whenever the navigator uses a navigator power, veil degradation is reduced by -1. Whew. I'm gonna do that veil degradation one. Veil of protection. What? Allies gain this additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minimum of +0 and increases by infusing parameters of the currently equipped navigator staff. I'm sorry, that's too many words. I don't understand what they just said. Strange vitality. Navigator heals 6 wounds at the beginning of every turn and +1 additional wound for every navigator talent taken. The healing increases +1 for every creature killed between the navigator's turns. In between the navigator's turns. That's a lot of HP regen. I'm gonna pick that. Oh, what's pass unscathed? If the navigator's perception is higher than their agility, their dodge is calculated using perception instead. Interesting. But I'm gonna go with that. More willpower. Mend reality. What's this? All allies gain plus willpower bonus, deflection against all warp damage. Ooh. That's pretty good. Reveal the light. The target ally gains +22 to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. Holy fudge. Navigator powers are good. In fact, I could swap her for me. that would actually probably be more beneficial. Let's see, when the navigator uses the navigator power that has not been used in this combat, gains +2. Okay. Threats and faults. Unblinking stare. Ooh. Veil of protection. So, allies that are targeted by the Navigator's powers gain a plus 10% armor. This additional armor is reduced by the amount of veil degradation to a minute. Okay, so the lower the degradation, the worse off they are. Or the higher the degradation, the worse off they are. I think that's what that means. I have Oblivion. Every enemy Navigator has in the line of sight. Oh yeah. I'm gonna go with this one. Blood of Murders. Ugh. No respite. Whenever the officer's abilities grant action points to an ally, that ally also gains +1 to all characteristics for every action point gained until the end of combat. Oh, no wonder why my dudes just keep doing better and better whenever I slap them with more rounds to do. That makes sense. No respite it is. How does she have such low warp lore? And such a high persuasion. What? Why? Pretty high awareness though. Not as high as Adira, but still pretty high. Why do you not have some warp lore? Finest Hour. Target of Finest Hour has additional bonuses. Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. What's the top here? Finest Hour gains additional bonuses during their extra turn. The target deals plus 12% damage. Until the end of combat, the target gains the effect of Voice of Command. So they permanently gain Voice of Command. That's what this is, right? Yes. I'm gonna do that one. Seize the initiative. Blah. Officer and allies, the voice of command, effectively deal an additional 14% damage to enemies that have not yet acted. Nah. Because that means nothing when you get tonicity. Navigator powers deal 1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the Navigator's equipped staff. Casting, infusing, and devastating. Oh. Ooh, Mastery of Time. What is this? Oh. Whenever an enemy fails a resistance test, against the navigator's power, attacks against them gain plus 32 critical hit chance. The effect stacks but resets by a critical hit. Sister, what's her face, gains bonuses whenever she crits. I think it just increases your chance to crit. So it's just a compound thing. So the more she crits even more. Mad reality. What was the thing that I wanted? I'm trying to remember. Oh, there we go. Why did I want this? This ability can only target allies that have at least one melee weapon in one of their weapon sets. The target immediately gains an extra turn, during which they gain the ability to use charge, and only this ability. Charge. Move up to 6 cells in a straight line and launches a melee attack against any target in their path. There must be at least 2 free cells between them. The character to use this charge. Why did I want that? Maybe I misread something. Maybe it doesn't show up because oh. Yeah, maybe it didn't show up. Warp Curse Unleashed. The enemy becomes cursed until the end of combat. Cursed. All incoming warp damage is increased by plus 22% and other types of incoming damage are increased by 11%. Start of their turn, the enemy closest to them also becomes cursed. Okay, so it just a continual thing that they do. It's a waking nightmare. All enemies within the area suffer negative 22 willpower and toughness until the... Oh, bam. That would be like that weakness thing. Oh, this is what I wanted. Menria. I did read this, and my brain was stupid. There we go. Okay. Yep, I was just being dumb. Which is not uncommon. Enemies moved by the navigator's power suffer 4 damage at the end of movement. This damage is increased by +1 for every cell the enemy moves. Oof. I'm gonna go with that and see if it works. If I use her, which I might not. Could be spending all this time for nothing because I might not ever use her. I'm gonna go with nimble because extra dodge is always good. Improved body glove. There we go. Her intelligence is 30. Her intelligence is also 30. They're both not terribly smart. They're not dumb. My dude's intelligence is 45. His is 50. Huh. So 30, 30, 30, 30, 50, 45. I don't know what the other dude's is. Oh, what is... Oh, she's dogmatic. I would have honestly thought more heretical or iconoclast.
I
Every moment.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
I missed something way back there. Oh, there we go. I was like, why is it not letting me go back up there? Did I mess something up here? I guess not.
Stay sharp.
I missed something somewhere. So it shows up on the map. See that? Oh, I left stuff here, or I can do stuff with it. Okay, that's what that is. It's an interactive. Okie doke. I can leave. Bye. I have all of the necessary senior officers now. Ugh. I can start doing things. Rogue trader things. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first, Navigator, sanctioned noble mutant. Your heart starts beating furiously. Your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly. The crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this hidden sense of unease. You decided not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Cassio. Oh man, maybe I shoulda. Shoot. She'll just have to... Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassio waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Well, of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Boop 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 doop doop. Burp 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 burp. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. Why did so many people romance her? She doesn't seem okay. That's me. What is it you wish to speak about? Why does she not have a voice? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Uric 5 long ago, before we ever met. It truly is you, Wilbur. Freaking Wilbur. The person, the whole Expanse and Calixus sector are talking about, and now a rogue traitor as well. Your illustrious glory made you famous far beyond the bounds of your home system. After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably. It did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. You convinced Cassia Orselio to depart Uric 5 of her own free will. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I am ready to... What the hell was that? I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Tell me more of the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. It's just a type of augmentation, that's all it says. After that, I use the House Orselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts. And then it comes time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me to this, lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the gilded thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something, but you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orselio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? It is my habit to use the blood of my attendants so as to preserve my own. However, given the current circumstances, my own will serve even better. The blood of the Navis Nobilite is sacred, and so is more suitable for the communion ritual. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. So, there's a little bit of Dune in this. My Vox Master comes back. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up this susurration of clothed pious chanting and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. You hear the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard. Then the stifling gasp of the Lady Navigator and the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas and the faint whisper of a brush. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No. Of me? Of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. Oh, okay. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this now with a show of clumsiness. No. Continue the ritual. That is an order. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants of the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild... Oh, maybe I should have asked if she was okay. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's right, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. That's unfortunate. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report the condition of Station Uric 5. Regrettably, have I looked at this? Yes, I've looked at this whole thing. Oh, she has a robot arm. She has 2 robot arms. She is almost entirely robot. Why is she... She's basically a tech priest at that point. Regrettably, we arrived too late to evacuate the residents of the station. The warp disruptions affecting Uric 5 twisted the bodies of the minds of the attendants. The corruption failed to affect Lady Cassia, thank the Emperor. The navigators are trained to resist the Immaterium's pull. I would also like to remind you that Governor Medina is still waiting to talk to you in his command center. Why is it always business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit to tell me how wonderful everything is? Certainly, Lord Captain. If you are interested this week, past With a record low rate of minor disturbances in the lower decks, senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster of the store compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpets, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. What? That's ridiculous. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. I still have business in this system. Inform the Okay. I am flying to meet the governor immediately. Prepare the shuttle. Of course, Lord Captain. Wow, did we just like... Oh, I was about to say. Beep, 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 beep. Zoop. Oh, Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what brought Cassia to that deck.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
It pleases me to see you adjusting to life aboard the ship.
Compared to Urak 5, your ship is a boundless world of unfamiliar hues. And yet, the abundance of bright colors can at times be wearisome on the eyes. The bridge and the decks are so clamorous. In my search for a place of quiet, I was fortunate to come upon this islet of serenity filled with rare tomes and practically devoid of color. One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you. Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Oh, perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is clear she does not feel comfortable aboard the ship teeming with new people.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting. Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, the crew's well-being hinges on that of its navigator. Bro, I am technically a mutant because I am a psyker, and psykers are classified as mutants by default. I'm definitely not gonna pick that one because I do not want to romance this lady. That is an aboleth in a human form. No, thank you. If you don't know what an aboleth is, that's from like Dungeons and Dragons. I think they're also in Pathfinder, but they had to rename a lot of this stuff, so I don't know what they go by in Pathfinder, but they're in there, kind of. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Oh, jeez. Every option has a flirt option. I don't want that. As if I were your friend and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. Jeez, that is so harsh. I understand what you're going through. My own life turned upside down not too long ago. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the privacy of my chambers. Yeah, no, I'm not picking that one. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. I am not in the habit of amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. I'm gonna go with this one.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Oh gosh, every single thing. I can just love bomb her basically. Oh gosh. So woo her or snog her, but like those are bad options. I mean, the second one at least is a bad option. She's let's see.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Okie dokie. Do I have access to a new... Oh wait, I've been here. This was, in fact, a place I fought through. At the beginning, right after I picked up the Sister Battle, I believe. Voidship's Bridge. That's neat that I got to return here. Have a little bit of a conversation. There wasn't too much else to be doing. Okay, Warp Channeler. What about Supreme Commander? She's second best. He is third best. Let's see, Master of Maneuvers. Still best with him. Still best with him. Still best with her. No one else even comes close. Same with him. Mostly him, but the gaps. Ooh. Oh, there's Heinrichs. I never actually spoke with him.
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained, and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
feudal worlds that are home to ancient noble dynasties trained to pilot the engines of war called Imperial Knights. Is there more? No. There we go, Black Ship. The dreadful Imperial void ships that transport psychers given up by numerous worlds as part of their tie to the Imperium.
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizhorn 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the Black Ship. Like many psykers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great-aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
Sorcerer's powers are truly dangerous. I hope you've mastered your... I don't know what. I'm more surprised by the absurdity of the story or the fact that you're capable of such show of emotion.
When I arrived on Holy Terra and was tested, I was found to be suitable material for becoming a sanctioned psyker, able to bend his curse to his own will. I can assure you that the adepts of the Astra Telepathica were right in their assessment. Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psykers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day. No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne. Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space. Indeed, I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds. You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you? The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today. Gladly. Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I've never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I've been working alone. We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
An arcane cybernetic artifact that encases the God Emperor's physical remains entire and preserves them using stasis fields and psi fusion reactors. The interrogator narrows his eyes at you and releases a disappointed sigh. After several seconds of silence, you realize that you will not get an answer.
Such as? The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
I want you to leave my retinue and my ship. Why would I ever say that to him? We're probably a lot safer with him on it. Oh. Hello, Cassia. What are you doing up here?
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. I am a part of House Orcelio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis Nobilite. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra. And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orcelio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly? You have my permission, Lord Captain. Hardly. According to the chronicles of the House, I was born on one of the Orcelio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
A ruler cannot maim just because it is in his power to do so. On the contrary, it is the duty of every ruler to look after his subjects.
Your words sound amazingly blasphemous. If a ruler's duty dictates the need for violence, would dispensing it not be their responsibility? I will contemplate your answer in solitude.
Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Yeah, I'm not telling her she's beautiful. I mean, she might be, but like, I'm not romancing her. That's a romance option. Who cares the opinion of the short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us and keep their thoughts to themselves. You do not look repulsive, Cassia. I cannot blame them. Navigators are mutants, albeit highborn mutants. I'll just say you don't look repulsive.
Perhaps my appearance does not terrify you right now, but this will not always be so. The Navigator gene is unstable. My body is going to change over time. And only the God Emperor knows exactly how.
Oh, I didn't know it was an ongoing expressive mutation. That's kind of neat.
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete. The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world. You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain. As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Is your Celio prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orselio was simply a skilled navigator. Oh, yes. The navigators of the House came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy. Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Elronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house. So, says Regent Elronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novateur. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden. By all means. Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. The esteemed Magos Haneman is shattered, like a beautiful stained glass window into a mosaic of colors. His bright, beckoning hues are mixed together in complete disarray. I must confess it perplexes me. Normally, scarlet and steel are all that fills the heart of a servant of the Omnissiah. Behind the cobalt steel of his thoughts, behind the cold, faded gray of his emotions, an ember, the color of amber, glows in Master Van Kalox's soul. So bright and warm, one is tempted to touch it. It is sad that the interrogator seeks to drown it with his own hands in the bottomless blue of duty. Sad indeed, but I can relate. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
That's enough out of you.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Oh, Heinrich. I haven't spoken to you in a while. What's up, buddy? What?
Greetings.
I've already exhausted all of her dialogue for now. Raver winces as if in pain. I've heard the name. That much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. Ha! I wonder if it was part of that operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there'd be nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask the High Factotum. Maybe some of his treasury records. I actually did ask him about that first. Tell me about the Voidborn. Have you made any confessions lately? Lord Captain. So when they were wiring him up for his job, they kind of did something wrong, and now he don't sleep. And because he don't sleep, he cranky. I wonder if he at least lies down and rests. His body does need to be immobile, and flat on your back at least would be good, because it's generally good for your spine. Because gravity is bad for you. Too much gravity, I should say. Like, you know what I'm getting at. I hope. Abel. Wait, what the hell is he doing on my ship? The person you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah who calls himself Abel Hanuman. How did what's her face pronounce it as? Hanuman? Whatever. is staring intently at a cogitator's vid screen. Wires connect the sacred computing machine to augmetics inside the prayerfully bowed heads of murmuring servitors. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all." How are you feeling, Abel? The tech priest stares intently at his feet for a while and then says in a halting voice, "The running of binaric protocols was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has been restored to its swiftness." Pascal softly, as though trying to match the inflections of Abel's voice, Tech Brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures has been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of schismatical infestations are left with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech Brother Abel's mind, being of less typical nature, has not been damaged to so great a degree. Why do you and Pascal have the same name? Abel freezes. From his Vox synth, barely audible through the static, comes the words, "The naming of the names is not an index to the text. The naming of the names is the text." Abel's answer can be enigmatic. His mind works differently from ours. He thinks in harmonic imagery and notices the symmetries and proportional relationships in the world around him. Poetry would be the closest analogy to how he perceives and interacts with reality. Soften your tone. Abel, could you please explain what you mean? I never imagined. Are we overthinking it? It doesn't matter why your name is the same. It matters is... What is Abel referring to? Let's see. Negative. However, I will hypothesize Tech Brother Abel is seeking to convey the idea that our matching identities are not the key to some vital data point. They are, in of themselves, the vital data point. At this stage in my analysis, I can draw no useful conclusions from the proposition. However, the fact that Tech Brother Abel is trying to hint at something points to him either being better informed than I am, or having conducted a more in-depth analysis of the situation. That is useful information. Are we overthinking it? Doesn't matter. Names are the same. What matters is that they are the same. Is that what you mean? Abel looks sideways at you, and at once his transfixed stupor is gone. At this point in time, the cycle has been broken and reshaped into a rising spiral, as Amarnat envisioned. On hearing the mentor's name, Pascal lets out a raspy, static-filled sigh. They are connected. My hypothesis regarding Abel's connection to the blessed Amarnat has been confirmed. Point to the cogitator. What are you working on? We catch the soul of the light in the solar wind. We look for the footsteps of the Omnissiah left when he walked the desert. This is an... I don't know how to pronounce that word. Oniromantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of these machine servants are in the data dream, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defied logic. It is an extremely rare and venerated form of statistical augury, but Tech Brother Abel is adept at this form of appealing to the Deus Machinus, the machine god. Logic. Perception. Take a closer look. Boop boop. Logic tests succeed. Most of the runes are devoid of any meaning, but you notice a few among them that combine into formulae and computational graphs. Abel peers at you inquisitively, then shifts his gaze to the vid screen, and you could swear that a smile lights up his face under his respiratory augmetic. A crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Amernat's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his Vox synthesizer broadcasts a Beneric hymn you do not recall having heard before. Its sound is full of vibrant energy, and its precise rhythm is nothing short of pleasing to the ear, a rare thing for the language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Pascal explains with an inexplicable air of pride. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a lesser aria to you. The piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit for use as a motto, auxiliary, identifier, or epitaph. Thank you for your generous gift. The gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal affinity. Why do you do it? It is how we execute the quest for knowledge, in the hope that the machine god grants us an epiphany, so that we may discern a logical connection in a mass of absurd data, which will propel our comprehension forward. That's back to the rune connections prior to the song he sang me. The hair has been removed from the server's head. Their bulky cerebral augmetics cover their skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator's servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. Their lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing information scroll down the cogitator's vid screen. Abel Hahnemann peers at it with voracious interest, in sharp contrast to his usual placidity. My interest in this subject has been exhausted. Abel goes back to intently watching the calculations. His eyes... Did you hear that Abel said, seems we have contributed to Armanat's design and deviated from the cycle. What does that mean for you? A low guttural sound rises from the depths of Pascal's Vox synth, as though the planet's tectonic plates are shifting and crushing each other. The mighty rumble brings forth words imbued with power. We follow a path charted by a great mind, but the path leads to dark places. The cycle has the advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous space of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disasters and the risk of universal annihilation. The doctrine is discontinuing the cycle. The doctrine of discontinuing the cycle may herald good things to come, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omnissiah knows all, and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension permits. Is that not the promise of every heresy? As flawed as the status quo is, it has helped us survive for the last 10 millennia. Therefore, it is effective. Is it, though? We're kind of... It is better to meet the challenge of change and perish in failure than to rot alive. I am no prophet. I will not presume to make pronouncements of on the future. No one knows the future. Every analysis has its margin of error. The horrors lurk in these margins. The tone of thundering profundity drains Pascal's vox, giving way to his familiar sibilance. I'm gonna take my leave. I'm not gonna accuse him of heresy. I am glad to see you. Oh. Nice.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagos Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma. He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omnissiah. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
I don't know what ossified means, to be honest.
Even those who have ascended to the Omnissiah's wisdom still bear the seed of imperfection, born of their flesh. But the ambitions of individuals mean little when we discuss ritual and belief. Knowledge is divine, and any argument as to how it must be reached is an argument of ritual and belief.
Okay. I will be right back. I'm gonna make a pot of rice. So I'm gonna get that started, and then I'm gonna get the birds. I'm back with birds. Hopefully they're not grumpy.
The teachings of the blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizance fleet. That was when I headed to the Conclave. I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the Conclave. Brazen and thematic studies of the Forbidden Law. The Conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amanat to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me. I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us. I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the Blessed Amanat's personal code, and could be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain. We were in danger, and I had to go to Rycat Minoris. Assessing his personality is difficult. The spirit of Brother Abel is different from that of most people. Tech comrades of the Cog call such persons quiet ones. He possesses significant intellect, but shuns communication. So far, I have not been able to determine why Abel summoned me to Rycat Minoris, how he is related to the Blessed Amanat, or why he bears the same name as me. Perhaps the Reverend Abel cannot fully actualize and interpret the available data. I was wrong when I assumed it was the Blessed Archmagos Amanat, who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link. accomplished. I will return to ruminating on the search for the blessed Amanat. May your labors be effective and fruitful.
It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch.
Fun fact. I've never had a hangover despite how much drinking I've had, so, not quite that reliable, apparently.
After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door, what I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me. If I knew, I would have told you. Hearing things clearly requires cooperation from the other person, you know. But that cobra just hisses and spits its venom at me. I don't trust her one bit. Oh yeah, you go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her? Or maybe the danger's coming from her. You bet I do, Lord Captain. Okay, so, we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrived at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star. All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. Hmm? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now... Of course. Always at your service.
Lord Captain? Lord Cap...
Okay, nothing new so far. What about this guy? Who haven't I spoken to in a while? I think that's everybody, actually. Yep. Alright. Off to go see the governor. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. I was on my way there anyway. Oh gosh darn it. Permission to report. Lord Captain, members of the sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. Yeah, alright, whatever. Bloodspun Web sounds, heretical. Let's just say that. Certainly are a lot of loading screens for certain things that don't need loading screens, I think. I mean, this one does probably. Oh, they're the sword cult. Okay, that makes sense. They're a death cult devoted to the Emperor. I guess you could call it like the Dark Brotherhood, except for instead of Sithis, they work for the Emperor. I mean, most factions in the Empire work directly for the Emperor, or down the line from that. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figures move gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still. Domin von Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her. And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion. We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
Give me a quick second. Lore Imperium test succeeded. You have heard many stories of the death cults, about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Yeah, it's probably a bit of both. Examine the captives. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down their tear-stained faces. Down the tear-stained faces of captured officers. Technomats. What is a technomat exactly? Lowest rank of the tech priests. Ah, okay. Alright, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing. Ouch.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him, sacred executioners. So, why didn't they save Lady Theodora?
The Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
A deck of psychoactive cards bearing sacred and meaningful images. Tarot cards are used for divination and predicting the future. They are believed to be able to capture images sent by the Emperor himself. In the hands of a skilled psyker, the Emperor's tarot can be a truly potent divination tool.
How interesting. Devout assassins who believe themselves to be instruments of a higher power. They revel in violence and cannot tell the difference between bloodthirst and piety. They follow their faith blindly, unaware of how closely they tread the corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is push.
You were wounded by the corrupted weapon which led to a warp entity invading your mind. I'll be right back. I go to the bathroom again and my race is ready. So take this time to have a stretch, get yourselves a drink. Oh yeah, rice. Time to charge up my controller again. Alright, so,
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others. The virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One. We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life, if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs. Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma, the tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously. We follow his design. We claim those marked by his omens. We submit to his will. How could it be otherwise?
I'm torn.
The blood-spun web will not forget your words, Domin. They are the wisdom of the tenets and the benediction of our duty. I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts. So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One, is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial. A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Oh, I should have done that from the start, but I'm dumb.
Welcome his embrace.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice!
The other side awaits.
Death to non-believers!
This one's not voiced. A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Kabbalah wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Doman Wilbur? I'm sorry, I'm always gonna chuckle at that. Will you make me your shield and shadow? High Factor. Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing Von Valencia's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. Factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at him. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have a good reason. Jocasta Sourback. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. Oh. The enforcers respect the Bloodspun. I was reading that. I was like, why do you sound angry? But she's not. She's actually reverent. The enforcers respect the Bloodspun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. The scourge of the seditious are not. Folk are afraid of them for a reason. That's Einrich. He's a pretty cool guy. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what the old Malik did to earn that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? Einrich takes a drag on his low stick, exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the Bloodspun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Confessor Adalbert. Oh yeah, my priest guy. My predecessor's predecessor once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the arch-enemy. The Bloodspun web paid the price in blood, a river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the ship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valencia. Confessor, tell me about the spinner's great sacrifice. The vessel was beset by famine and pestilence during a long warp jump. The flagship wandered uncharted paths in the Immaterium for 20 cycles straight. How long is that? I'm gonna look that up. I think that means years, but do. Oh, Imperium dating slang. There's so much in this. I just need a... Oh, come on, man. You don't even give me a list of all the slang. You don't even give me a list of any slang, really, I think. Damn it. Blah, blah. I don't know. A year, maybe. So 20 cycles, maybe 20 years. That would be a long time. Servants of the arch enemy used the despairing hearts of the crew to infiltrate the ship, and death followed. The hungry became the hunted, the famished became a feast. The exhausted crew was too weak and emaciated to resist the invaders, but then the spinners emerged from the depths. They stood alone against hundreds of foes, yet they did not falter, they did not sleep or rest, as their blade-tip dance brought death. Though many spinners fell, the blood-spun web held strong until the flagship left the turmoil of the warp. Oshiro, my retinue thinks. I have heard, though only at a distance. Turn that off. The prayers of the spinners offer up to him. I have seen how their deeds fill the hearts of people, or fill people's hearts. I said that backwards. With confidence in the inevitability of his wrath. The Bloodspun Web's loyalty to the Emperor is without question, as is their willingness to lay down their lives in the fight against the arch enemy. Abelard says, although Lady Theodora never granted the cult an audience or brought a spinner into her retinue, she respected the Bloodspun Web and approved of its mission. What's up, buddy? Why are you bobbing your head at me, huh? Yeah? You haven't done that in a while. I'm sorry, both of my conures are being super cute, except for now he's being spooked. It is strange. Their shadowy forms are swathed in darkness, yet a radiant light burns within them like scarlet flame. I think it is a good sign. It is rare to see anyone filled with such light, even among servants of the faith. Heinrichs. Many within the Inquisition look favorably on death cultists. If you do not need a bodyguard, the Ordo Xenos might recruit her instead. I have enough fighters in my retinue. I don't need the cult's gift. You will be my shadow, Kabbalah. Her power is still activated. That's why she looks weird. It didn't wear off. It should have worn off. They should have killed it, but whatever. Kabbalah's movements are slow, almost rhythmic, as she removes her ceremonial mask. Oh. That's a different face than before. They did change that. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Domin Wilbur von Valencius. An instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors of the Undying One's temple are open to you. Sweet! Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down to into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for the servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. Forspoke. What do you mean? What tarot? The greatest of sacred relic of the Bloodspun Web, the Emperor's Tarot. Does she have a fake eye? I can't tell from that picture. Or a damaged eye. She might have a damaged eye. She might also have heterochromia. So who knows? Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform the reading to see portents of the future. Shadows of the past or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here, not now. Who is the Vizier? He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. I don't know how. So he's 100? 200? Like, how old are you, lady? Blood of the flagship's blood. My mentor and teacher. Why is the Vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. How old is that dude? Where is your temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane. Ariane? The matriarch's spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Her path began deep within the flagship in the dark tunnels of the freight line. And that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring you closer to the thread of the web, closer to the undying one, closer to understanding death. I do not see the point of these riddles, your temple, I will walk the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnel. The vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows as Kabbalah sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Her blade awaits direction, or your blade awaits direction, Domin. We will speak again when the time is right. Doopy doop. Sorry, I was eating. The Rogue Trader's ship is a veritable city sailing through the void. The ship has numerous compartments that you can visit. Navigate these compartments using the map of the ship, which you can access from the main elevator on the bridge. Yep, I already know about that. Okay, so she's way down over there. Up. She counts as dogmatic. She's only level 4. What level am I? 13. So she likely should level up. Wound streaming blood. A creature with the blood blessed or blood stained effect gains +1 stack of this effect each time it suffers damage from bleeding. What does it do? Creature suffers +2% more damage. Creature deals 2%. I don't know. Don't give me too much complicated stuff. I just want to kill things. I'm going to give her nimble. Medicaid. In the footsteps of death. Every time an enemy is killed by the Blade Dancer's allies, the number of MP on the Blade Dancer's next turn is increased by +2. And there's no cap on that? Oath of Vengeance. This ability costs 8 wounds to use. Blade Dancer selects an ally until the end of combat. Attacks made by the Blade Dancer against enemies who have already attacked that ally gain Veil of Blades. Blade Dancer immediately returns to the cell where they started their turn. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. If the Blade Dancer used Death from Above this turn, this movement repeats all uses of this ability in reverse. Wait a minute. So, yeah, why wouldn't you pick this up? Athletics, Demolition, Medicae. Gosh. Let's go with medical stuff. Weapon skill. Blade in his hand. Any Blade Dancer attacks made with sword deal plus agility percentage additional damage. This bonus damage is doubled if using a two-handed sword. Enemies attacked by the Blade Dancer have their weapon skill, ballistics, and perception reduced by 10 plus. So that's weapon skill bonus. Until the start of the Blade Dancer's next turn. These penalties do not stack. Whenever the Blade Dancer uses acrobatic artistry, their dodge and cover efficiency are increased. Blah, 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 blah. Oop. Okay, that's the one I got. I wanted to double check because I forgot what the name was. I'm goober. I think I might go with this one. Blade Dancer's parry is increased by toughness. I don't think she has very high toughness right now, but I can work on that. Each attack made by the Blade Dancer increases damage of all subsequent attacks they make this turn by plus 5%. This effect stacks up to 3 times, so it's 15. Area of attacks, burst attacks, and any other attacks that deal multiple hits are considered single attacks. Aw, that would be funny. Death Ward Blade, Dancer's Medicae is now determined by their weapon skill instead of intelligence. I might go by that. Yeah, let's go with that. Shoot. Get going, dum-dum. Sorry, I was talking to one of my birds trying to get her to go off so that she could go poop. And not poop on me. So that would be annoying. Who's yelling? Meadow, why are you keep yelling today? What? There. Nope. I thought I sufficiently got her attention. I apparently did not. So... I think I already picked up Nimble. Oh, but I want to... Swift movements, why not? There we go. Upon using Death Waltz, the Blade Dancer immediately heals to full. The cost of abilities that cost wounds is reduced by half until the end of combat. Also, Death Waltz also grants Blade Dancer 4 additional charges of Death from Above until the end of combat. Death from Above deals plus agility additional damage. That's pretty good. They're all actually pretty good. Using Death Waltz after killing an enemy, the Blade Dancer gains +3 dodge until the end of combat. It stacks up to agility bonus times. Until the end of combat, strikes made by the Blade Dancer including attacks made as part of Death Waltz reduce enemy weapon skill. I think I'm gonna go with this one. I'm gonna use Death from Above quite a lot because I have that follow-up ability. What? 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 Rising tempo. Each attack made. Blip blip. Nope. Race against death. The blade are increased by plus Blade Dancer's dodge divided by 10. I don't know if that's good. Let's go with this one. Agility would be good. Already have that. Captive audience. The Blade Dancer's next attack inflicts bleeding on all targets hit. These targets must pass a toughness resistance with a -20 penalty or become immobilized for 1 round. All enemies immobilized by captive audience count as full cover for the Blade Dancer and their allies when adjacent to those enemies. Oh, so you root them and make them become cover against other enemies who might attack you from the other side, which makes them, the people you rooted, much more likely to become hit instead. Facing the end. Blade Dancer gains +3 weapon skill, +3 agility for every injury they are currently suffering, +10 weapon skill And plus 10 agility for every trauma. Guillotine. Death from above deals double damage to enemies that have less than 50% wounds. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go with athletics again. Wound streaming blood. A creature with the... Oh, I already looked at that and I did not understand what it's saying. Oh, both of these. Dance of Thorns. Each time the Death Cult assassin parries or dodges an attack, all enemies with blood... Ooh. How do I cause it? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Does Death from Above have it? Death Waltz. Blade Dancer uses Death from Above against a target. Enemies without spending a charge. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's a improvement for it. Blade Dance. Doesn't say. I have no idea how that works. Could just come from just attacking. Whatever, let's... Oh, Contagious Luck. Using a non-damaging ability on an ally. Does she have any of those? Anytime a Void-born character scores a critical hit, there's a 10% chance double the damage. Yeah, let's do that. 10% chance to do double a crit. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go with Carouse. What's your gear like? She looks cool. Light Spinner's breastplate. Whoa. 65% chance to dodge. Hell yeah. So this is just a spinner's blade. What was the sword she gave me as a gift? I won't give it back. Silent Verdict. There it is. There you go, lady. I'm gonna give her an axe, though. Or a shovel. Should I give her a shovel? Or an axe? I'm not giving her a gun. Let's give her that. I might not ever use it. I might just stick with the two-hander. I don't have it. Oop. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5. It's actually 6 times. Okay, that replaces some of the feats I didn't take, where she could do bleedy stuff. That is all of that. It's just a regular mech hit. Might give her a grenade, but nah. Okay. Let's go speak to her.
Domin. Make
Why did it... That was weird.
Domin. The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults. The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the Von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the Void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the Undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by Death's will. Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us, the High Spinners, can hear the whisper of the Undying One and give voice to his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence. We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done. Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence. It is the Vizier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Vizier protects all, those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Vizier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Vizier's burden. This is the legacy of the matriarch Spider. It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus, the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Vizier of the blood-spun web. Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more.
Vaguely sounds like the Brotherhood, the Dark Brotherhood's, like, speakers. The Black Hand.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus, we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it. I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the Undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
I don't know why I have 100% success on everything. Not literally everything. I did miss a, what was it, like a 90% chance to do a thing, and then I didn't succeed on that. But that was on a map in the open for like bonus XP. I have not failed any of the dialogue checks, and I don't know why. I'm just on normal difficulty. Maybe that's part of it. No. It's cool to see all the different stuff, but also I can't really fail, apparently.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me, so I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge. I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me. When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time, starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him. When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him. Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear to become a spear in his hand. Some may lose everything, but they will also gain everything. When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death. Know your enemy and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war. You can see for yourself.
Let's see. Kiblo removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture.
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured, and go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name. You honor me by taking me at my word. Your body will fail you, Domin. Your bones will break. Your tendons will snap. Your heart will stop. Our rituals of self-perfection are unending. They demand absolute dedication and decades of special training. However, if you devote the next 30 years of your life to its study, you might be able to learn the basics. It is not difficult to speak the truth. I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me. But the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
Well, that was nice of them.
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amic means one you can trust in battle. Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
I legit didn't expect a different answer.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not. It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate. 34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy, for the blood-spun web. I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine, or detect faint sparks in the air when you are standing next to Kabbalah. It seems her powers only manifest when she is practicing divination or in moments of pious exaltation. Kabbalah herself does not seem aware of her gift. So she is a psyker. She is a diviner. She just doesn't know.
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
Kibla carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before your eyes and blood drips from her palm onto the cards. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? I can just say, I have no questions. It's done. She just cut her hand for nothing. Kibla draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
I no longer want you in my retinue. Yeah, I'm not saying that.
May the undying one shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Okay, I am gonna end it for tonight because it's getting late. I gotta put the birds to bed. I might do a short one tomorrow. I don't know. I got Pathfinder. I gotta go to bed. So, this has been fun. It took me forever to beat that first fight that I, canceled out of. Well, I had to because the stream kept breaking, which I think got fixed now, so that's good. Y'all take care. I'll catch you when I catch you, I guess. I'm gonna quick save. And remember, stay safe out there.